Zen's helping the pen out right there to make sure he comes in 5 seconds. I'm just saying.
No, we're just got,
Speaker card
we got
for
10
oral
seconds
one.
before you guys call us to order.
Okay, it's time.
It's 4 o'clock?
It's 4 o'clock now. Let's, are we recording, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay, let's, this is a closed session meeting of the San Clemente City Council, August 5, 2025 at 4 PM. Let the record show that all members are present, and we will adjourn to a closed session. Do I hear a motion?
Mayor,
Yes, yes.
before we do that, I need to make a couple of announcements.
Go right ahead, Madam Clerk.
Point of order, not everybody's present.
I apologize, we are missing one of our members. I take that back, thank you.
Closed session item D is going to be stricken from this agenda. And then item E, I just need to announce the real property negotiations. This is discussion concerning right of entry agreement and related real property transactions in compliance with Government Code Section 54956.8 regarding real property negotiations, APN 678-163-01. The property is located at the southwest corner of Avenida La Plata and Vista Hermosa. City negotiators, Andy Hall, city manager, negotiating parties, Orange County Fire Authority, and under negotiation is price and terms.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, appreciate that. Let the record actually reflect that we have, all members are here except for Councilmember Zen Wu. And with that, we'll move into closed session. We have a motion and a second. I think Mr. Cabral made a motion. I'll second. All in favor, say aye. Aye. We're in closed session.
AT is in the house.
We're good to go. Yes.
Good evening, everybody. This is a regular business meeting of the San Clemente City Council on August 5th, 2024, meeting at 5:30 PM. It's a call to order. We'll begin with an invocation by Pastor Matt Livchek of Calvary Chapel, San Clemente. Pastor, come right ahead with our invocation.
Thank you. I just want to start by reading from the word that's out of the Proverbs chapter 16, the first 3 verses. It says, "The plans of the heart belong to man, but the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. All the ways of a man are pure in his own eyes, but the Lord weighs the spirit. Commit your work to the Lord, and your plans will be established." And let's pray. And Father, we want to thank you for this time. We thank you for this meeting. We thank you for our city. I want to pray for each person here. We thank you for the servants that we have in this city. They're just wonderful servants, Lord. So, Lord, as we commit our work to you today, commit this to you, Lord, the plans will be established. So, Lord, we thank you. We thank you for what you're going to do. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Cabral, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I would be pleased to. Please face the flag, put your hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we have some special presentations, and I understand that item 1A has been pulled from the agenda. Is that correct, Mr. City Manager?
That is correct.
Okay, item 1B is a recognition of a number of our outgoing commissioners and committee members. And I'd like to honor them with the service to our city. And if I could ask Adam Atamian and Samantha Wiley, if you folks would please join us, acknowledge the names of the people that are receiving presentations for those folks that are in your respective jurisdictions. And council members, if you'd join me up front to give thanks to these outgoing committee and commission members and thank them for their service.
Thank you, Mayor. All right.
You do.
And as we give these names, please hold your applause. We're gonna bring everyone up front, and then we'll acknowledge them. So.
You've got Samantha's plaques. Yeah, all switched up. PT.
These are yours. Those are yours. All right. Okay, kicking this off. Michelle Brooks. Michelle here? Okay. Lisa Adone. I did see Lisa. There she is. Come on up.
Come on up.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a long time to hold it.
There you are.
don't have to just keep applauding.
All right. Dick Veal.
I'll hold it and hand it while you
Dick's
read.
here.
Yeah.
He's here.
Okay. Barton Crandall.
Martin. All right.
I got the message on the uniform.
Brent Davis. Brent? I do not see Brent.
He's out of town.
He is out of town. And Nick Bercuda.
Nick's here. Come on, Nick. Just take your time, Nick. No problem.
Is it me?
That is you.
Okay. Edward Queskin,
Ed's there.
followed by Amelia Weinstein.
Amelia's.
Thank you. Susan Ambrose. John Dow. And Brian Jacobs. And Cordell Bauer. I don't see Cord. Brian, there you go. Absent.
Now, these are the folks that help us do our job with their intelligence, their wisdom, their insight, their discernment. They help us guide the city, and we appreciate the things that they've done over the years. Some of you for decades that have been serving our city. We want to thank you. We want to congratulate you. We want to honor you for your service to our city. Thank you very much, and God bless you all.
Block them all.
Oh, yeah.
Move them in.
Squeeze in there.
The short ones?
The short ladies in front?
Short ladies in front.
Tell me I'm short without telling me I'm short.
Were you a jockey?
Oh, hey. Gymnast, how about that? Volleyball player, how's that?
Is Andy taking a picture? Where is Andy?
He's checking on us surfing.
So we're posing for a picture that nobody's taking.
It's in our mind, it's in our mind's eye.
All right.
Yay, Allison.
Allison's gonna save us. All right, thanks, Allison. All
Okay,
right.
thank you, guys. God bless you.
Is everybody back?
Looks like a mugshot.
All right.
Thank you very much. You didn't get the memo? That's good. I'll stand up there. I should have just gone like this. It's not mine.
That was embarrassing. Waiting for the sketch artist to come.
All right. Next item on the agenda is council member reports.
Okay, gentlemen, Mr. Wu, would you like to start?
Of course, thank you. On July 4th, attended the firework event at the pier. July 12th, attended a Hogue Health Center ribbon cutting. July 15th, attended the OCTA Coastal Rail Resiliency Study public meeting. July 16th, attended OCTA roundtable discussion on Measure M2 10-year review. July 18th, met with the MODOC District 7 director. July 26th, at the community center, attended the Draw Together event organized by a nonprofit and a charity group called Online Arts Charity, also known as OAC Together. Thank you.
Mr. Liffler?
Okay, I want to put up my slide. I've done a lot of the things you'll hear people talk about. I did too, so I just kind of put it up on a slide. You can peruse it if you want to. Otherwise, no big deal. But what I would like to bring your attention to is this Friday marks the second anniversary of the fires in Lahaina. And I just came back from there. I have the opportunity to spend quite a bit of time on Maui. And I want to say a year ago, they hadn't even really started the cleanup yet. It was pretty much of a disaster. And this year going back, it's amazing. There's actually several homeowners that are about to get their finals on their houses. They've got some semi-permanent or semi-short-term housing that they built for a lot of the people that lost their homes there. The Front Street's a ways away. That's not going to be rebuilt for a long, long time. The business district there, a lot of businesses lost, but at least it's starting to look like the homeowners there and the residents are starting to relocate back. Many have left the island, and now we're coming back because they do have opportunities to have housing. So there's also an NBC show on a couple of weeks ago about the disaster, and there was, if you have a chance to look at it, it's a weekly show about disasters, and the first one was about Lahaina. And the number of residents that did such heroic acts to save their fellow residents was just incredible. Maui's strong, Lahaina's strong, and look forward to, when I'm back there in a few months again, taking a look, and I know it's going to seem a lot even better than it is now. And the Palisades fires punctuated that, how quickly things can go. And that's one reason our city is looking into mitigating our fire hazards here and trying to do a good job with that. And we'll just hope for the best and still pray for the people in Lahaina. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cabral?
Oh, you got me next. I'm going to report on the committees that I serve on and what the status is. I'm on the Investment Advisory Committee, the SONGS, the San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station Planning Committee, so I'm vice chair of that. I'm going to just go through them all so that you get a sense of what we're working on during this last month. We had the regular meeting of the City of San Clemente Investment Advisory Committee in July. For those of you who don't know, we actually go over all the investments quarterly. We went over the June 30th quarterly report. We review all the money that we have in the city, where it's invested, how much interest, how it's put in long-term, that whether it's liquid, and what our rate of return is. So that's just so you have an idea. We have a treasurer that does that. So I think some of you might be on the Investment Advisory Committee, or one of you or two of you might have been. It's an important work. This month, we also took an initiative to create the Pension Investment Trust with our city treasurer, and that's up on the agenda, so I'm not going to talk more about it. It's going to be an agenda item. We're trying to set aside some money that we can invest short-term, get a higher rate of return for the city.
That's on our agenda later this evening.
That's on our agenda later this evening, yeah. The SONGS Nuclear Committee, I'm vice chair of that. This past month, we took a look at, as we always do, our main objective is to move the nuclear stored fuel out of the San Clemente area. That's our number one objective. But one of the things that keeps popping up, and I know it's raised concern, is about the safety of the systems, the cast that it's stored in. I can assure you that the U.S. NRC has spent millions of dollars looking at these fuel canisters. They're good for 100 years, and we review them. We have an opportunity to look at them with cameras all the time, and in that process, we take microscopic views of the canisters. We know they're safe, and the independent agencies that look at it also know that they're safe. No canister inspected by SONGS or any other plant across the country requires mitigation or repair. Canisters deployed by SONGS are multi-purpose, meaning they are designed for on-site storage and off-site transportation. Last year, the CEP was briefed after the Department of Energy Elias Railcar certified the use of these canisters on most railroads. So those are part of our efforts to get these canisters out of there. I know that there's some concern about the safety. They're almost an inch thick in diameter, and they get inspected quite frequently. And so as far as I'm concerned, and we work closely with all the federal agencies, they are safe, but we still want to get them out of here, and we're working on getting them out of here in the San Clemente area as our number one priority. We also had a meeting. I'm going to move on to SANDAC. We had a meeting in San Diego last week. Leslia, our SANZAR, gave a great presentation and report on where we are with the status of SAN. SANDAC is an organization that controls the SAN retention and replenishment, and they're working on that on their border committee, and they're looking at long-term from Santa Barbara to the Mexican border, how we bring more SAN into this area. So it's important that we continue to work with them, and we will continue to work with them as an organization. I'm also on the Orange County Fire Authority Board. I'm the San Clemente rep. We're looking at there was a fire in San Clemente on the 4th of July. I think it was about the 4th of July. The delays that we've seen in the past have been significant because the helicopter that has to drop water on that has to come from Fullerton. So we're looking at ways to expedite that and make those helicopters, and I think this is on the agenda or soon to be, but we're looking at for red flag days here in San Clemente and making sure that the helicopter is closer to San Clemente so that we can address those issues a little bit quicker. We also, as you might recall, had a threatened tsunami. The Orange County Fire Authority took control of Orange County, had almost hourly alerts on what the status was, where the waves were. They were very efficient in reporting to the community about what was happening. I think the only breakdown was a little bit of communication with the cities that I didn't understand was not taking place, but we're going to try and correct that. We have meetings for the Orange County Fire Authority to look over budget spending, issues of equipment almost every quarter. But we also have monthly meetings. We had a meeting today, earlier today, on personnel. That happens quarterly also. Related to the OCTA and the sand replenishment issue here in San Clemente, the OCTA has been approved, had their permits approved by the California Coastal Commission to place the 240,000 cubic yards of sand on our beach in San Clemente. The Army Corps permit is being sought right now. We need an Army Corps permit because the volume of sand that they want to put, I think that 240,000 cubic yards in North Beach, we don't have enough space to put all that sand right now. Should they, as they want, bring that sand to us right now, we need the Army Corps permit to lay it closer to the beach, because without the Army Corps of permission, we can't do that. So that's the current status right now. The latest report is that the sand is going to be coming from Palm Springs, from a quarry called Garnet Quarry, and we're hoping, if all goes well, that happens by the end of this year. I'm also the representative to the Orange County, Cal-Cities, which is the state organization that deals with all the legislative issues in Sacramento. So I get a report on all the things that are happening in Sacramento. Most of it isn't good. I end up writing letters almost every other week opposing legislation that takes away authority from cities and from and particularly from San Clemente and other cities. I had the opportunity this week with Cal Cities to meet with a local senator to talk about issues. One of the issues that came up, he was the author of the C.A.R.E. court that allows us to put people that are mentally ill into the care of the court and get assigned to permanent protective care. We had a number of issues with that, but we're trying to work out some of those issues to better use the C.A.R.E. court for the people that are living on the streets that don't have the ability to care for themselves, but need mental health care. San Clemente Business, I'm the DBA, Downtown Business Association representative. They're doing extraordinary work. We're working with them to revitalize the downtown community. We're working on parking issues, sidewalk cleanup, and one of their upcoming events, and put this on your calendar, is hopefully a restaurant week in October 10th to 19th. And Kelly LeClaire, who's leading that organization, is is doing good, but we need to do a little bit more work to, and I know some of you have worked on flowers and care for the downtown area, but we're doing all we can to improve that downtown area. We're also, I wanted to point out, we had a great meeting, and the reason I pointed out is the mini golf project that's being developed. I think that's also on the agenda tonight in another aspect, but they ran into some issues about a month ago with Cal Cities, Cal Fires, the city, a whole bunch of people that they couldn't resolve, and it was just a communication breakdown. And I think what we did is we called a meeting. Brian Bauer, who was acting city manager for a week, called together probably about 20 people, everybody involved. We sat down. We were able to get all the questions resolved. We were able to help them move this project along. And that's due to the great work of this city and the city staff that are, when businesses have problems, they're there to help the businesses make things work. And so I just wanted to call out our acting city manager for that week, Brian Bauer, for all the great work he did on that project. Finally, I think someone mentioned they went to Hogue. That was a great event. Hogue is another great partner. They pointed out to me when we met with them at their grand opening that in a matter of 6-7 months they were able to turn an old store into the state-of-the-art medical facility here in San Clemente. The old Staples building was transformed, and if you haven't had a chance to read about it or see it, it really is worth it. It's a great facility, and we welcome them to San Clemente. I also, just as a matter of, I think we all do this, attended the 4th of July, the Ocean Festival. But what's really good about that is being out there for 2 days at the Ocean Festival. The amount of sand that San Clemente as a city has been able to put on the beach, it was astonishing to see thousands of people on those beaches that weren't there. Those beaches weren't there a couple of years ago. So I think San Clemente deserves a good round of applause for all that we've done to restore our beaches and working with the community in making those happen. We have 2 other events that are coming up. August 10th, Fiesta for the Chamber of Commerce. If you haven't heard about that, you should hear about it. It's a great event. And then August 14th, the city has a concert on the beach. So we're continue to work on all this activity. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you. Mr. Enmeyer.
All right, thank you. I'll try and go through this list quickly, and excuse me if I don't include all of the dates in there. And if you have any questions on them, let me know, and I'll talk to you more about them later. So first off, attended the CPR training for the from the Junior Guards Foundation. Fantastic. Went on the Pure Pride cruise. Went to the San Clemente Art Association Awards reception. The ribbon cutting for another medical new building, the Providence Mission Health Center. Met with the Anti-Defamation League. Had about 4 meetings with the Cal Cities Coastal Cities group leadership. Also went down the slide for Stars, Stripes, and Slip and Slide. The slide there was fantastic. Great job, staff, on creating just a wonderful family-friendly event there. And of course, the 4th of July fireworks, fantastic. Did the Hogue, the new Hogue Medical Facility, did the tour and walk around there, and the ribbon cutting, fantastic. Again, 2 great new medical facilities that we have in our city now. Went to the OCTA Coastal Rail Resiliency Study. Went to the elected officials roundtable with OCTA on Measure 2 and 10 years in review. If you have questions on what they're planning for the next 10 years or want to talk more about that, please let me know. Also attended the Coastal and Bay Cities Quarter, Cal Cities Quarter meeting. met with Noble Path Foundation, went to the Junior Guard Session 2 Awards, and all got to jump off the pier with some of the cadets there. That was a fantastic event, and congratulations to our Junior Guards completing their sessions, the 3 sessions going on this summer. Went to the San Clemente High School Ed Foundation Pickleball Tournament, actually competed in it, did not do well, but it was still very fun and a great event to continue to support our high school. Attended the Family Style band and concert at the last beach last Thursday night on the beach by the pier. And also went to, of course, Ocean Festival, fantastic event. And also went to the U.S. Open last Friday. Really interesting things there to learn about how we can look forward to our own Olympics coming up, and got some great ideas there, and talked to some officials there who had some great ideas too. All right, that's the end of my report. Thank you.
I'll be brief as well, try to be briefer. I attended the voter integrity seminar conducted at the Lincoln Club headquarters in Newport Beach. A couple other things I won't mention, other folks have handled local events, but I also toured with Customs and Border Patrol folks, some potential sites in San Clemente for camera view locations. The Joint Powers Insurance Agency that insures our city, I'm on the board there. We attended a meeting, our annual meeting this last month. And with the tsunami threat that we had from the Russian earthquake last week and a half or so ago, our city was prepared. I attended an emergency meeting of the emergency safety team that the city manager assembled, and we were prepared for some potentially rough events. Thank goodness the surge here in San Clemente was about 6 inches. So, but I think the preparation was important. If we have future events, I think we're ready to rock and roll. Some months ago, this council asked me to look into request by our county supervisor, Katrina Foley, to have a South County Beach Coalition committee put together with the South County cities, San Clemente and Dana Point. In looking at this, I spoke with the supervisor's chief of staff and with the supervisor. The proposal is for the committee to be chaired by Katrina Foley, to have the county staff serve as executive director. The participants would have to pay for the staff time for the resources that are used by this committee. The purpose of the committee is basically to make sure that the South County cities, the 2 South County cities that she's recommending for this committee, and the county are on the sort of the same page. And the idea is to cover the primary objective of sea level rise and sand-related solutions. The concerns that I expressed were that this would be yet another committee that would be subject to Brown Act restrictions in terms of communications and public meetings. And also the committee actually serves the purpose of doing what every elected official and every city council and county government should be doing, which is to work together. So to say we need a committee to work together, I think if we're doing our job, we will be working together. And also the committee itself, even though the goal was to have the state, the federal, the county, the city all on the same page, there was zero representation by our legislative staff, our assembly members, our Senate members, or our federal representatives. And that's a concern. One interesting thing was the committee had established some non-voting members, including the Indian tribes. And when I asked, well, the Indian tribes don't own any coastal land, but the response was, well, we're trying to be cooperative to the state of California. We want to be inclusive, and we want to please the state. And so I was, well, if we're pleasing the state, do we have the pardon me for saying, but we have the tranny community and the illegal immigrants all represented on this committee? And of course, there was no interest in doing that. But in looking at that, I guess I want to report to this council, I think if we're all doing our job, we're going to be all oaring in the same direction when it comes to sand on our beaches. And Dana Point, and talking to city council members there, I don't think there's a strong a strong desire to move forward because they're doing their job as we are. So I was asked to look into it and inquire. I did that, and I just wanted to report back briefly on my findings. So
Just a quick
With
question on
that,
that. Could we have a further discussion on that later? I mean, this isn't a final.
no, I just wanted,
Say,
I just
yeah.
wanted to report back. Obviously,
Okay.
we can discuss in as much detail as necessary. Absolutely. So that concludes my report. Madam Clerk, the next item is oral communications. Do we have any cards?
Yes, we have several speaker cards, Mayor, so I will call the first few speakers up. Cindy with Noble Path, followed by Sydney Hawfield, followed by William Krutinger, followed by Kira Pinkerton. Cindy?
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. I have some flyers for you all. Do I give that to you, or? There's some extras there. Thank you. Hi, my name is Cindy Junkel, and I'm the president and founder of the Noble Path Foundation, a 501c3 located here in San Clemente. Our mission, for those of you who don't know, is to teach young people the importance of healthy lifestyle choices via free enrichment and wellness programs and things like music and art, nutrition, leadership, drug prevention, socialization, and life skills. Our programs are endorsed and recommended by local pediatricians, teachers, law enforcement, mental health professionals, and the Capistrano Unified School District. Over the last 12 years, we have helped educate thousands of students, grades K through 8, on a variety of wellness topics, and everything we do for these teens is offered for free. We have Noble Path Foundation clubs on 4 different high school campuses within CUSD, and we encourage them to adopt a project each year that reflects the goals and values of our AIM High program. The AIM acronym standing for Advocacy, Inspiration, and Mentorship. The reason we're here tonight is to introduce you to an exciting new community initiative that they're planning to use as their project for the upcoming school year. And they're hoping for both the support and blessing of the city and the city council. The 2 scholar athletes following me are our student ambassadors for a project we call Bandago. If you are a proud dog owner like me and enjoy walking with them around town and in public spaces, chances are you've experienced or seen a less than friendly encounter between dogs or dogs and people. Statistically, dogs bite over 4.5 million people in the U.S. annually, with children being the highest risk and accounting for almost half of all those victims. More than 1,000 people each year are treated for dog bites in Orange County alone. Bandago is a student-driven project to help prevent and protect both dogs and their humans. I think you will like what they've come up with. Thank you for giving them this opportunity to share and for your consideration.
Thank you.
And Mr. Mayor, Sydney and William are the next 2 speakers, and I think they've kind of practiced this presentation together. And so if it's okay, instead of doing one after another, if they could use their 6 minutes together, would that be okay? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it won't even take 6 minutes, so it's.
Well, whatever.
Okay.
But you can do it together.
Yeah, come right ahead.
Do we just go ahead? There's still a timer coming.
Okay.
Speak into the mic when you speak.
Yes. Hi, my name is Sydney Hawfield, and I'm an incoming junior at San Clemente High School. In a nutshell, Bandago is a color-coded canine alert system for safer dog encounters. It's designed to make dog-friendly spaces safer, more respectful, and less stressful for dogs and their owners alike. This simple yet impactful community initiative uses colored bandanas to indicate a dog's general temperament from a distance. Whether you're walking on a sidewalk, the beach trail, or at a local park, passerby can instantly gauge if a dog is open to interaction or should be given some space. For example, a dog wearing a green bandana means that they're friendly, open to greetings, other pets, and children. A dog wearing a yellow bandana could be nervous or fearful. This dog needs a little more space and slower introductions. If a dog is wearing a red bandana, it means that they can be reactive or potentially aggressive, depending on circumstances. And it's best and safest not to let your dog or children approach them and to keep a reasonable distance until a controlled greeting can be facilitated if that's the goal. By implementing our Bandoggo system, a quick glance can help everyone make more informed decisions that will keep initial encounters safer for pups, people, and kids. When we recognize that dogs come in all shapes, sizes, and temperaments, we also acknowledge the parallels they represent in humans, and how empathy, compassion, and understanding go a long way if we want everyone to get along. In this regard, Bandoggo aligns perfectly with the values of the Noble Path Foundation. We've already shared our Bandoggo idea with local dog trainer Ryan Furlett of Canine Guru, and he's endorsed it wholeheartedly. It's also been enthusiastically received by the Coastal Animal Services Authority and the Pet Project Foundation. But the success of Bandoggo lies in spreading awareness on what the colored bandanas mean. My fellow student ambassador, William, will now share how we plan to accomplish this. We've included some handouts for your reference, as well as a sample press release we hope to send out as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Howdy, I'm William Kruger. I'm going to be a senior at San Juan Hills High School, and I am the club president of the Noble Path Foundation at San Juan Hills. As someone who absolutely loves dogs, I am honestly thrilled and excited to be a part of this amazing initiative. But as Cindy said, for Bandoggo to be successful, the general public will need to know what the colored bandanas mean. The way we hope to accomplish this is to design and produce small but attractive placards that will be placed near to or adjacent to existing signs at places where dogs and their owners frequently visit. Places like, trash and receptacles with poop bags, or walkways and beaches and places where pedestrians regularly walk. In addition, we would print and hand out flyers to be distributed and displayed at pet stores, vet offices, and local rescue centers and groomers. We've created both an Instagram and a Facebook account and plan to market our ideas across various social media platforms, including YouTube and TikTok. We'll be offering free colored bandanas at the Noble Path Foundation while supplies last, and hope to print up our own custom bandanas featuring our Bandoggo logo if funds permit. Our request tonight is simply for permission to put signs around the city in various public spaces, as we previously mentioned. We're also proposing a 6-month trial period, at the end of which we could reevaluate whether the initiative has caught on, or the public's reaction, and the value of leaving the signs up for another determined length of time. We look forward to hearing your thoughts, comments, and suggestions, and would be happy to present a more detailed approach and business plan, should it be warranted. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Can I make a quick request to our city manager that you would reach out to the Noble Path Foundation and get some more details on what is needed from the city?
And work with Samantha Wiley, because most of these, I think, requests for signs are going to be in beaches and parks area, and coordinate with her.
Yeah, the program's really important. For 10 years, I've assisted the County of Orange in their, as an administrative hearing officer for dangerous or potentially dangerous dogs. And it's a problem, I got to tell you. And having a program like this where you're giving advance notice to the community that we've got a friendly dog, we've got a dog that you need to be careful about, and a vicious dog, potentially, it's important. And I think it's a no-brainer, and why someone hasn't thought of it earlier is beyond me, but thank you guys for what you're doing. Great program. Madam Clerk, next speaker, please.
Yes, I'll call the next several speakers. Kira Pinkerton, followed by Kip Shepard, followed by Vipe Desai, followed by Becky Fleischauer.
Becky Fleischer, she's from USA Surfing. Okay, so I see what's going on. Did they put their names all together? Do you know? I don't know.
Is this close enough?
Yes, go right ahead.
Hi, my name is Kira Pinkerton. I am from San Clemente, and I'm a professional surfer competing at the most elite levels of surfing. I am very grateful to have this opportunity to speak in support of USA Surfing and the national governing body for Olympic surfing. USA Surfing has been more than just a training ground. It's a family, the camaraderie, the mentorship, and the high-performance support has shaped me both into the surfer and the person that I am today. Lowers is our home break, and it's where we push each other, sharpen our skills, and dream big. I am so stoked that Lowers will be the LA 2028 Olympic surfing venue and want that moment to be represented authentically and lift up our San Clemente community. The Olympic Games are the pinnacle, but without the full development pipeline leading up to it, the system breaks down. You can't strand a few Olympic surfers at the top and disconnect them from the rest of the USA Surfing Committee that got them there. Pulling governance away from surfers and away from San Clemente would siphon resources and momentum from the place that built this sport. We should be investing more, not cutting off the roots that keep surfing growing strong. Thank you for standing with the surfers who live it, love it, and represent it with pride.
Thank you.
Kip Shepherd, followed by Vipe Desai.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kip Shepherd. I'm the CEO of Resident Services and Kamaka Responsible Development, two local companies rooted in surfing and in the community. I'm here tonight just not as a business owner, but as someone who believes deeply in what this moment can mean for San Clemente, for surfers, and for the sport that we all love and the lifestyle that we all love as well. Surfing's Olympic debut was a dream decades in the making. Now that dream is coming to life right here at Lowers, at our own home break, Lowers Trestles. This should be a rising tide that lifts everyone, surfers, families, small businesses, and the next generation of talent. This moment should leave a legacy. It is for these reasons I stepped in to lead an investor alliance and commit millions in long-term support of USA Surfing. As an Olympic sport, surfing deserves stability and support, and San Clemente deserves to be the epicenter of that growth, not just a backdrop. At Kamaka, we build wave pools, resorts, and housing. But what we're really building is opportunity, and we see Olympic surfing as one of the biggest opportunities to grow and steward lasting value for surfers and our surf community in San Clemente. Just like U.S. Ski and Snowboard has had success in Park City, where its skiers live and train, surfing will have success when it is led by an organization, namely USA Surfing, that lives and breathes surfing in a place where our Olympic surfers train every day. And this is our backyard, and this is our moment to do so. Let's make sure the Olympic spotlight shines on the people in the community that helped to build this sport, and we'll carry it forward with care and credibility. Thank you for standing with San Clemente. Thank you for standing with USA Surfing, and for helping ensure Olympic surfing stays in surfers' hands right where it belongs, with USA Surfing as the national governing body. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vipe Desai, followed by Becky Fleischauer, followed by Cheryl.
Good evening, council members. My name is Vipe Desai, and I'm the Executive Director for the Surf Industry Members Association, representing brands, retailers, board builders, athletes, governing bodies, and all those that drive the business of surfing across the U.S., many of whom reside or conduct business right here in San Clemente. I'm here to urge you to stand with USA Surfing, the only rightful governing body for Olympic surfing. What's happening right now is a threat not just to a sport, but to a culture, a local economy, and the future of American surfing. U.S. Ski and Snowboard, a sports federation based in Utah that has zero experience, no ties, and no legal authority in surfing, is trying to take control of Olympic surfing, including its governance and commercial rights, and we must ensure the U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee does not allow this to happen. Let me start by stating an important fact. This violates federal law. The Ted Stevens Act prohibits any NGB from overseeing more than one Olympic sport. U.S. Ski already oversees and governs 10 winter sports. Surfing is not theirs to take. It also violates the Olympic Charter. Surfing's International Federation, the ISA, only recognizes one U.S. body, and that's USA Surfing, based right here in San Clemente. They are the only qualified and lawfully eligible organization to lead our surfers into the Olympics. If U.S. Ski succeeds, it will split Olympic surfers from the development pipeline that got them there, stealing commercial opportunities and spotlight from athletes and organizations that built the foundation. Worse, it will divert millions in potential revenue and job creation away from this coastal region and into the landlocked mountains of Utah. Let's be real. The economic impact of Olympic surfing should benefit the people, programs, and businesses rooted in the surf industry right here in San Clemente. That means coaching jobs, event management, media production, training camps, and sponsorship deals. If governance shifts to U.S. Ski, those jobs won't stay here. They'll be sent to Park City, funneled through ski industry partners and existing snow sports pipelines. This is a hometown opportunity. This is a legacy building opportunity. an opportunity to reinvest Olympic revenue back into our sport and community. And if we don't protect it, this once-in-a-generation opportunity will be lost. USA Surfing has invested decades developing talent across shortboard, longboard, parasurfing, and stand-up paddling. They've done the hard development work when the brands and big dollars pulled back. They received new financial backing from San Clemente leader investor Kamaka, Responsible Development, and Resin Services, who understands what's at stake here. Their leadership is important now more than ever. We're seeing a return to authenticity in surfing, a renewed focus on real development, community, and impact.
Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes is up, but if you just have a brief conclusion, please wrap up. This is important.
Yep, my last conclusion is I urge all council members to stand with USA Surfing, demand that USOPC follow the law and Olympic Charter, keep the future of surfing and the future revenue, jobs, and opportunity right here in San Clemente where it belongs. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Council members, Mayor, thank you for this opportunity to hear from the Keep Surf and Surfing Coalition. I'm Becky Fleschauer. I'm the CEO of USA Surfing. And I'm grateful for the support that's shown in the room right now. I don't know if you can see, but Sawyer Lindblad, who was the US Open winner, is here. We have Kira, who shines in and out of the water. She was the ISA World Surfing Games gold medalist. Jake Howard from Surfer Magazine, world champions like Ian Cairns, P.T. Townend, Bob Mignona, Jake Howard. There's so many here tonight.
Why don't you
standing.
ask your folks to stand up that you've just
Thank you for
identified?
that.
Would you stand up and let us acknowledge you?
PT, Ian.
Thank you and welcome.
Thank you so much for that. USA Surfing is proud to call San Clemente home. It's where our headquarters are. It's our training ground, and it's the LA 28 Olympic venue. It's where we crown champions for decades at lowers, including Kira and Sawyer, who came up through the ranks. Because of the work we do and the impact we have, USA Surfing's application to be the national governing body for Olympic surfing is supported by the World Surf League, the ISA, Olympic surfers, including San Clemente's own, the IS, which today is the one-year anniversary of Caroline Marks winning gold in 2024. The ISA Surf Industry Members Association, board riders, and champions like US Open winner Sawyer Lindblad. Our board of directors includes surfing's first Olympic coach, Brett Simpson, and San Clemente's Candace Appleby, who is the winningest woman in the world in her discipline in sup race, and she grew up representing the U.S. on USA Surfing's junior team. So it's clear this is a moment where the people who truly love surfing and care about its future are coming together to protect its future and build a legacy. That's why local investors like Kip Shepard, who believes in what we're doing and believes in the talent that's right here in San Clemente, made the investment that he's making for the long term. That's why Hogue, which just expanded in San Clemente, is working with our surfers. They just did a performance lab that gives them just next level care. They were the title sponsor of our US Champs event. So we're here because we have unmatched, we're proven stewards, ready to partner with the USOPC in service of surfers, sport, and community. So we thank you for listening to us today. We're grateful that our community is speaking out and are hopeful that the light and heat will result in what's right for surfers and our sport. Thank you.
Thank you. Just let me say, I think this council is probably united. I support USA Surfing as the national governing body. I think my colleagues do. We've prepared a letter to the Paralympics Committee asking them to identify US Surfing as the governing body. And I've already signed it. I'm going to circulate it to my colleagues. And at the end of the meeting, I'll be asking that we agendize a formal resolution to our legislators at the county, state, federal level to ask them all to lobby, including President Trump's new task force on the Olympics that he just designated in the last day or so. We'll be lobbying them all to make sure that our surfing is focused here in San Clemente and not Park City. So thank you for what you're doing, and God bless you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, the next speaker?
Yes, the next several speakers, Cheryl, followed by Linda M., followed by George, followed by Pam, followed by Lisa H. Cheryl.
Good evening. San Clemente City Council. I am here today to share critical information regarding our state's voter rolls and voter history from the 2024 general election. This information comes from extensive research conducted by a team of data experts at Unite for Freedom, a nationwide nonpartisan volunteer organization. Their team meticulously analyzed official election files from both federal and state sources. While I am not an official spokesperson for Unite for Freedom, I am a dedicated volunteer who is deeply concerned by the findings that are based exclusively on official state election data. Our analysis of the certified elections results from both the 2022 and 2024 general elections reveals that not all votes counted were valid and accurate under the law. These findings are substantial and warrant careful consideration. They have already been shared with state election officials and law enforcement agencies and have been submitted as evidence in federal court as part of an ongoing litigation by Unite for Freedom and other parties. Unite for Freedom is not alone in raising these concerns. Recent executive actions at the federal level, such as the executive order entitled Preserving and Protecting the Integrity of American Elections, underscore the urgent need to enforce and clarify existing election laws. These directives are intended to guide state compliance and ensure that election crimes are prosecuted because the integrity of our election system is at stake. Therefore, we are here to seek your awareness, understanding, support, and action. We are proposing a resolution that highlights key statisticals and calls for an end to the inaccuracies and uncertainties that compromise our elections. By adopting this resolution, you will demonstrate your commitment to your constituents, concerns, and dedication to upholding voter civil rights and the integrity of our elections here in Orange County. It is imperative to address these issues now. If we do not act, the same election systems and procedures that led to errors in 2022 and 2024 will likely produce similar results in the upcoming 2026 general election. At this time, I will turn it over to the next reader to present the resolution. Thank you.
Linda M.
Thank you very much for your time today. Resolution for a legally valid 2026 general election. Whereas free and fair elections form the cornerstone of the Republic of the United States, as stated in Reynolds versus Sims 377 U.S. 533, 1964. The right of suffrage can be denied by a debasement or dilution of the weight of a citizen's vote just as effectively as by wholly prohibiting the free exercise of the franchise. Whereas election officials bear the responsibility to ensure elections remain accurate and free from manipulation. In Re Coy 127 U.S. 731, 1888, the United States Supreme Court affirmed that election officials must strictly adhere to federal and state laws governing process, defining election misconduct as follows. The evil intent consists of disobedience to the law. Whereas our constitutional system of representative government relies on 4 fundamental principles for validity in our elections. 1, accurate voter rolls. Election officials must maintain voter registration lists that are current and correct, which includes facilitating the registration of eligible citizens as well as preventing the registration of non-citizens, fictitious names, and ineligible applicants, the National Voter Registration Act 1993. Number 2, eligible votes only. Election officials must only count votes cast by eligible citizen voters, the U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 2. Number 3, vote reconciliation. Election officials must ensure that the number of votes counted matches the number of participating voters. Number 4, system Voting systems must achieve accuracy standards set by Congress by limiting ballot counting errors to no more than 1 error per 125,000 ballots. The Help America Vote Act 2002. Election officials must substantiate assertions of accurate outcomes with transparent records. Resolution for a legally valid 2026 general election.
Thank you. Next speaker.
George, followed by Pam.
Hello there. Whereas United Sovereign Americans conducted an independent audit of the California 2024 general election and uncovered alarming irregularities. 9,539,574 material errors and omissions of the voter registration database. 5,588,594 votes improperly counted from these ineligible or uncertain registrants. 77,085 excess votes counted beyond the number of voters who participated with no explanation for their origin. 5,588,464 voting violations exceeding the legal error threshold, where only 130 errors were allowed under federal law. The audit findings indicate severe violations of state and federal election laws and potential fraudulent certification. Whereas election accuracy is defined as the ability to capture and report voter selections without error, by definition, only eligible citizens are voters. Election officials violate civil rights, undermine public trust, and jeopardize national security when they certify an election that fails to reach this standard. Whereas there are irregularities in the official records of the 2024 general election call into question the validity of the election, threatening the guaranteed protection of our natural rights under a Republican form of government, this emergency inflicts immeasurable harm upon our families, our way of life, and the fabric of these United States. It raises the specter of false representation in U.S. Congress and state governments, an allegation that election officials are currently unable to disprove. Thank you.
Pam?
Therefore, be it resolved, the San Clemente City Council of Orange County demand immediate action to ensure a legally valid and transparent 2026 general election by implementing the following measures. Number one, infrastructure compliance. Election officials must ensure that all voting systems meet federal Information Security Modernization Act standards and maintain compliance throughout the entire process. Number two, voter verification. Verify that all voters are legally eligible U.S. citizens before their votes are counted. If a voter's eligibility is in question, their vote must be held as provincial until legally verified. Number three, ballot security. Enforce all issued and counted ballots to comply with robust chain of custody protocols to secure ballots from forgery, tampering, coercion, destruction, or injection. Resolution for a legally valid 2026 general election. Number four, accurate counts. Ensure all voted ballots are received and every valid ballot is accurately counted, with any material questions resolved through lawful adjudication procedures with oversight. Number five, proven outcomes. Election officials must investigate and resolve, or if necessary, re-administer any election that cannot be proven accurate and compliant. In every jurisdiction, officials must provide records substantiating election and initiative results to citizens. Additionally, Officials must securely store all ballots and operational records, including electronic records, to protect them from auditing purposes and from tampering or alteration. Be it further resolved that the San Clemente Beach City community calls upon the state of California and federal legislatures, law enforcement agencies, prosecutors, judges, and election boards to uphold these principles, ensure legal compliance, and restore public confidence in our electoral system. Our signatures to this resolution affirm our commitment to protecting the constitutional mandate of legitimate representative government, ensuring that every valid vote is counted accurately and lawfully. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker?
Yes, and I would like to let you know, Mayor, we're right at the 30-minute mark for oral communications. We have 8 speaker cards left.
Okay, let's wrap up with this one since I think it's connected to the last speakers, and then we'll...
Yes. Pam?
Did you say you have eight more?
Yes.
Okay.
Good evening. In conclusion, you have just heard a resolution that exposes significant inaccuracies from voter registrations through the certification of the 2024 general election. Our current election procedures and processes do not fully comply with established laws, and these laws are too often disregarded. Some citizens, including elected officials, mistakenly believe that these issues can be ignored because the president, the current administration, and other officials are handling it. This complacency represents an abdication of civic responsibility. Benjamin Franklin's warning, "It's a republic if you can keep it," applies not only to his generation, but to ours as well. I urge you to demonstrate your commitment to American representative government by your thoughtful consideration of adopting this resolution. Please make a motion tonight to put this on the agenda for your next meeting. It is worth noting that we were here before, about a year ago, Unite for Freedom, AKA United Sovereign Americans, even some of the very same people that presented tonight, presented a resolution for a legally valid 2024 election. We presented it here and in cities and counties across the state of California. A year ago, we shared data from the 2022 election. Today, we presented info from the 2024 election, and it shows that a number of apparent violations and the number of seemingly invalid votes are increasing. Very notably, last time we presented, a motion was made to put this resolution on the next agenda for the San Clemente City Council for a vote to adopt, just as we are requesting tonight, and it was done so. However, there was not a vote taken or recorded one way or the other. Why are we asking you to do this? Each of you took an oath to protect the United States Constitution and the California State Constitution. We, the people of San Clemente, are simply asking you to uphold your oath of office. We know your scope is limited, but you are our first line of elected representation. We need you to stand with us so that a government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from this earth. San Clemente City Council's adoption of the resolution fortifies our efforts going forward. You will receive a copy. Your city clerk has copies for each of you. There is a page for you to sign. She has a copy as well. If you have any questions, I'll be reaching out in about a week. Unite for Freedom website. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, we've reached our limit on public comments. We'll have the rest of the public comments during oral communications part 2, but let's go then to item 4 on our agenda. Madam Clerk, did you have a?
Oh, I was just going to read it for you if you'd like.
Item 4 is a motion waiving and reading in full all resolutions and ordinances. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next item is consideration of agendizing items requiring immediate action. I have one request. A month ago, we had a contract for the construction and to preserve protect the Linda Lane pumping station, and on an emergency basis, and because of the dollar amount involved, this council asked that we send that item out to bid rather than have it on an emergency basis. That bid has been sent out and received, resulting in a reduced fee. But because the pumping station continues to be in jeopardy and a potential risk, I would ask that, I would move that the city council make a determination under Government Code Section 54954.2B1 that an emergency situation exists as defined in the Government Code Section 54956.5A1, and that there's a crippling and other activity that severely impacts both public health, safety, and specifically need to award the construction contract for the Marquita Slope repairs under the Emergency Coastal Development Permit to protect the Linda Lane Pump Station and prevent the catastrophe from taking place, and put that on tonight's agenda as item 10C, and that we adopt at that time Resolution 25-113. So that's my motion to agendize that for this evening's consideration.
I second to agendize it.
Any discussion on the motion?
Mr.
All in
Mayor,
favor?
just
Excuse
to
me, Madam.
clarify, that's a motion to consider the resolution, not to adopt it.
To consider the resolution, correct.
Thank you.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes unanimously. The next item is a closed session report. Madam City Attorney, do you have anything to report?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The City Council, with the exception of Councilmember Wu, met in closed session on item A. There was direction given and no reportable action. Councilmember Wu entered closed session at 4:33. Thereupon, the entire council met in closed session on item B. There was direction given, no reportable action. Council met in closed session on item C. There was direction given, no reportable action. Item D had been previously stricken from the agenda. Item E, the closed session met, council met in closed session. There was direction given, no reportable action. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam City Attorney. The next item is item number 8, it's public hearing. It's public hearing setting the voluntary.
We've got staff communication.
Excuse me.
Yes, we've asked our Public Works Director to give the council an update on a couple of items in which you've been receiving several emails and questions, so we want to give you an update tonight.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Dave Riebensdorf, Public Works Director. I do have a brief presentation I'd like to show the council and the public here. So this evening, I'd like to talk briefly about Mariposa Trail and Casa Romanica. Next slide, please. This is a devastating photo from the bridge failure at Mariposa back in January of 2024 due to the landslide on private property. Next slide, please. Fortunately, since that time, OCTA has received a grant to protect the railroad tracks and has taken into consideration replacement of the beach trail within that reach. What they've had approved from the California Coastal Commission is a soldier pile wall ranging anywhere in height from 6 feet to 29 feet, roughly 43 feet from the center line of tracks. The trail is proposed to be elevated, somewhat elevated, so it will be in most sections above the railroad track, so that'll be good for the patrons of the trail to still have a nice view. Next slide, please. This is a draft concept rendering with some shotcrete, planting, and fencing, and so all this is still subject to approval by the California Coastal Commission, and staff is also working with OCTA on the design finalization. OCTA has hired Condon Johnson, so this is a design build, and so things are moving pretty quickly. Next slide, please. Mobilization is anticipated to begin in September with construction completion anticipated in the summer of 2026. So I know it's a long construction period, but this is a fairly significant project. Their OCTA plans to attack it potentially from both ends, from North Beach and Linda Lane, to install the I-beams, which will be roughly 6 feet on center, so you can imagine how many I-beams are going to be there in that 1,300-foot stretch. So this is a significant construction project. So during the construction, the trail will be closed from North Beach to Linda Lane. The section of the trail from North Beach to El Portal will remain open periodically on weekends, and so there will be more information as that for those openings as the project gets closer to start of construction. And then as far as the beach accesses, all the beach accesses will remain open during construction with a flag person to help patrons. And then the only exception would be the Mariposa beach access. That location will be closed for the duration of construction due to a temporary and then permanent bridge that needs to be installed over the storm drain channel in that area. So that's the one unfortunate area. But yeah, it's going to be a great project when it's completed, and I know it's inconvenience for the public, but fortunately there's a project and light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. So with that, next slide, please, unless there's any questions on that
Just
section.
one question. We go back a couple slides to the rendering, but right there. Just might be a little hard to see, but can you tell us about how high up above the train tracks that trail is?
From some of the cross sections that I've seen, and like I said, they're still in draft, so none of it's been finalized yet, but I've seen it anywhere from at level to upwards of 5 feet above the railroad tracks. So, you know,
Thank you.
typical person's you're 10 foot above the railroad tracks. from a viewing
They'll be able to
perspective.
have that view corridor looking over. Great, thank you.
It won't be as high as the bridge, but it will definitely be a view corridor.
Mr. Leffler?
Is that shot creaking, that soldier wall, is that set in stone?
No, it's still pending coastal commission approval, and staff is working with OCTA as well.
Well, my concern is that if it stays wood like down at the Casa Romanica, it's less likely. That just looks like a great graffiti, quarter-mile of graffiti wall, a nice shot-created clean wall like that. Is there any thought of just keeping it at, you know, the wood, with doing something with the wood, which is less susceptible to vandalism?
One thought was, as you can see, there's vegetation at the base of the wall, and to have some sort of vegetation that climbs up that wall, so it eventually gets covered by vegetation and hopefully reduces that
Eventually.
graffiti. Yeah.
And the
Okay.
final decision hasn't been made on the materials at this
No,
point.
it has not. No, it's still in process.
I like that idea. The wood looks much more natural. Any other questions, gentlemen, before we move to Casa? Okay.
Okay,
Dave, the
next slide.
please.
Casa Romanica is the next slide, please. Is the next update. The photo on the left shows pre-landslide, and then the post-landslide on the right, which occurred in April of 2023. Next slide. The City Council approved a contract with Alliance to install 4 rows of tiebacks as an emergency project, and do a significant amount of grading and the placement of geogrid to stabilize the slope in that area. Next slide, please. So this photo shows the 4 rows of tiebacks. It also looks like the keyway at the toe of the slope has been constructed. Next slide. And so a current photo here from yesterday, aerial photo shows the slope rebuilt. You can see in the upper portion there's a section of geogrid. Geogrid's installed about every 2 feet. And so the contractor is getting very close to completing the slope work, estimated at about 4 to 6 weeks for completion. There's still drainage that needs to be installed at the toe of the slope, and OCTA will eventually remove that soldier pile wall as well. And then the project will include drainage from the flat portion of the project will be pumped back to the street instead of being allowed to go over the slope. And then staff will be coming back to the City Council to discuss either having the insurance pay for the replacement and for the landscaping, the amphitheater, and also the patio, or for the city to take funding and complete that work at the city's time. Next slide, please. The budget for the project, roughly $7.7 million for construction and approximately $800,000 for design and geotech inspection. This has been a challenging project. Staff will be returning to the City Council in the near future to give a detailed update on the financial picture. Staff is working with the contractor and also the city's insurance to figure out how much money we can get from the insurance to help repay for this project, especially for the drainage. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, if there's any questions.
Gentlemen, questions? Rick, go right ahead.
Yeah, the drainage down at Ocean Gate, is that going to continue to go down and under the tracks and out, or?
Yeah, so what's going to end up happening is that will go into the storm drain pipe, and then there'll be another pipe at the toe of the slope that will go out to a culvert. So part of the issue that OCTA has, they don't want water, which I completely understand, ponding at the toe of the slope. So that will all drain back through a pipe. And
thanks.
Storm drain system.
Any other questions, gentlemen? Okay, thank you very much, Dave.
Okay,
Appreciate the
thank
update. Okay, item 8, public hearings. We have a public hearing regarding setting voluntary donation fees for the C.A.R.E, which stands for the Celebrate, Acknowledge, Remember, and Enhance program, supporting public space amenities at parks, beaches, trails, sidewalks, and the municipal golf course, approving the program and related policy and finding actions categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act. And with that, we will open the public hearing and ask for a brief staff report. Go right ahead, Samantha.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Samantha Wiley. I'm the Beaches, Parks, and Recreation Director. Appreciate your time this evening as we review an opportunity to ensure we have full cost recovery for our donation bench program within the city. As the staff report kind of defines what the C.A.R.E program is, it's a program that was established a number of years ago, and as we've seen the cost of all of our materials and supplies go up, the C.A.R.E program has also seen that price go up. So this is a two-prong approach to add in also a donation amenity program for the golf course as well. When the C.A.R.E program was established, it did not include the golf course, and for many years, the golf course has had all kinds of different amenities added. There was an Eagle Scout project at one time that had benches out there. Those have gone into disrepair. And so as we have looked to increase the fee attached to the existing C.A.R.E program that covers parks, trails, and beaches, and also up and down Del Mar, you'll see those concrete benches. The goal here is to provide cost recovery, but also allow for an opportunity to continue to maintain the donated amenities for between 10 to 15 years, depending on the location of the amenity that's donated. We are seeing I'll focus on the C.A.R.E program right now, those concrete benches. Those typically are about $4,200 or so right now. Our manufacturer notified us of an estimated 3% increase that will come around sometime in August. So the staff proposal at $7,000 allows for about a 35% buffer to allow for ongoing maintenance. And that can be anything from graffiti to removal to painting the bench to adding a new plaque, potentially relocating a bench if it becomes unstable. That's going to cover all of our costs for the lifespan of that bench. The golf course similarly has a different bench style, but it's a very similar program in principle. The golf committee reviewed the program, and we worked alongside a couple of the golf committee members to solidify that and present it to the committee as a whole. So the recommendation in your report tonight is also the recommendation of the golf committee. And we would anticipate a number of benches being rolled out within the golf course, and we know that there are folks who are eager to participate in that program as well. The style's a little different than what you see out throughout town, but we feel like that's a deserving moment for the golf course as well. And then there are some opportunities to donate drinking fountains also. With that, I'm happy to take any questions if there are any from the council.
Gentlemen, questions? Rick, go right ahead.
Yeah, so in the staff report, it shows the golf course benches, instead of being cement, they're like a wrought iron with slats?
Yes.
Okay, which kind of matches what the
Yes,
accoutrements are on the...
yeah, it'll go a little bit more with the style of the course.
Okay.
Is there an option for cement, like the heavy-duty cement benches that we currently see along the beach trail and the pier and so forth?
Yeah, we could go that route instead. If council wants to move in that direction, that's totally fine as well. If that's the direction of the council, we would want to increase the fee then to align with
Part of
that.
your request this evening.
That's correct. This is just for the bench as is reported in the staff report.
Mr. Wu?
What's going to happen at the end of the lifespan of those benches?
So typically, if it is in disrepair and the bench needs to be replaced, we have a running list, a contact list. So we would contact that family member and let them know that, or that donor, that the bench needs to be replaced. Would you like to redonate? If we're unable to get a hold of them within a certain time period, we would move on. There is a waiting list, as you can imagine, for some of our prime real estate along the beach trail and along the coast. But if the bench is not ready to be replaced at 10 years, we don't replace it. We do wait for it to be fully at the end of its life as well.
Rick, go ahead.
So, some of the benches, the cement benches have, I mean, they just don't have a plaque. They're, and maybe it's an older model, but they're actually engraved, it seems like, in the bench itself. Are we doing that anymore, or?
Yeah, so this is a great question. You're referring to our bench that's approved has a plaque on the side, and it does have an engraving on the front. That's part of the approved CARE program. There are other benches throughout the town that you might see a different style plaque, or it might be on the ground. There's a couple of benches that have photos of people. Those benches were pre-CARE program, and at this point, they're still in good use, in good shape, so we've not replaced those, but once those come up, we would be looking to align with the rest of the program.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay,
Yeah, I would just say, if we wanted to, we could make having the cement benches at the golf course an option.
You could, certainly, but I would recommend,
come up with a price, and that's not included in tonight's
Well, it's the
material,
same.
but we could do that.
It would be the price, we know what the price would be.
so what you could do is say we would like to expand the existing CARE program to include the golf course with the concrete benches as is. And then we would not put the other benches on the course. I think staff's recommendation would be to stick with one style rather than a series of different styles, which is also fine if that's the will of the council.
Did the golf course committee come up with the recommendation of the other style?
Yeah, so they actually reviewed a couple of different styles, and this was the one that is most often seen on golf courses, but also the kind of that shell detail felt like it spoke to the seaside nature of the course as well.
And do we know the lifespan of the two? Are
They
similar?
parallel each other. They're expected, this bench will go 10 to 15 years as well. It's a little bit easier to repair if something happens to the slats. You can actually just pull the whole slat off and put a brand new one on.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, I was just going to say, if you look at the photo, it looks like something you might see more on a golf course than, than a big cement bench. I don't know. I don't think it's going to change your golf game, Victor.
No, I mean, there may be one place or two places where you might want that other.
I guess it'd be nice, I think having them all the same, no matter what we decide, is probably the best way to go.
I think the
Any other
styling-
questions for staff?
No, I don't have a question.
Okay, if there are no questions for staff, then let's hear from the public. We have some public speakers on this item, Madam Clerk.
Ed Queskin.
Good evening, Council. I am of the opinion that this is a terrific idea, and it's a program I think that's been very beneficial to the community. However, I might make two suggestions. One is I would write relative to this some very specific specifications relative to these accessories in either in the park or on the street. And we have a standard for architectural design, and I think it would behoove us to make sure we have consistency in terms of going forward the benches that we would be providing. Editorially, I have to say, I'm not a big fan of the concrete benches. I find them to be relatively uncomfortable and kind of bulky. And I really like the benches that are on the golf course, and those are also typically the ones that you would see in most of your major municipal parks. They're easier to maintain, and they seem to be more comfortable, and I noticed that on those particular design, people seem to be more willing to sit and feel more comfortable in those benches. So what I'm suggesting here, with all due respect, is that we, as part of this initiative, that we develop a standard of some specifications, additionally possibly a price list for various things, only because I think it just gives us more control, gives the donors some control, and gives some sense of what they're doing. Finally, I would also suggest we add to the park bench, picnic bench business, if we would consider as well, I guess for lack of a better word, gaming tables, like, the chess tables, which are typically available at a lot of places. We have some opportunities to put that type of furniture, at least at the pier, possibly at the North Beach, possibly at the community center, and I think it would be an excellent donor opportunity, and also it'll give an opportunity for people to actually spend some time at these various locations and participate in essentially chess. I don't know if you can get a park gaming table for cribbage or euchre or whatever, but we know we can do it for chess, and it seems to be very popular, and I think it would be a good opportunity for everybody to participate, and it would bring people to those locations and bring some activity. That's my only suggestions. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, and thank you again for your service on the Beach
you're
Parks and
welcome.
Recreation Commission. Thank you. Any, next speaker?
No other speakers.
Okay, then I will close the public hearing and consider a motion or discussion. Gentlemen, if
Just
there,
a quick discussion. I do like that idea of having some sort of chess table as something that can be donated in a memorial or as another option. I think it'd be great to have more opportunities for people to gather outside and play. I don't, if the council's amenable to that.
yeah, I think I like the idea a lot. I think we probably, what I'd like to see is, if possible, we approve this program tonight, ask the Samantha to come back with maybe a table component with a price issue or whatever, staff feels would be appropriate, including the proper location. You can't put those anywhere, but clearly it would be beneficial. Good suggestion.
Yeah, I was going to ask Samantha, have we looked at alternative funding opportunities, and what's been the conclusion?
Related to adding in a chess component to the tables or something like that. game
Or
tables.
anything else? Has anyone ever come up with?
Yeah, when the C.A.R.E program was initially reviewed, they looked at donating trees, they looked at drinking fountains. There were a series of different amenities that were considered. And the subcommittee at the time, which was out of the Parks and Recreation Commission, determined that benches and tables were really the easiest to provide a consistent donation. We've seen with trees that we can't guarantee the lifespan of a tree. We hope that it lives for a long time, but we lose trees sometimes too, and that's a disappointing thing when someone donates it. So that's why they veered towards benches and tables specifically. I can say, if it would be easier, there is a game table component that can be added onto our existing tables that are available. There is an additional fee, so part of this program could include an option to add in the game table, and then the donor would just pay the difference, if you will. So.
The only thing that occurs to me this evening is, if we have a waiting list for these, and it's an extensive waiting list, are we charging enough for the right to place these benches? I hate to extract more money from our citizens, but that's the obvious.
Understood. Yeah. So this is covering the cost of materials plus the ongoing maintenance, which is really the ultimate goal. It does give us an opportunity to replace if needed without having to go back as well to the donor.
Gentlemen, do we have a motion or any other comments?
Well, I like the idea of adding tables, as long as they're in a safe place. People sit there long enough, maybe they got hit by a golf ball. I don't want that to happen.
Gentlemen, I'll entertain a motion if there is one.
I'll make a motion to approve the
Staff
item.
recommendations 1 through
Yeah, approve the
1 and 2.
1 and 2, yeah.
Do we need to reference the resolution in that, Madam City Attorney? No. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen.
And I think you were going to take a look at the other.
Yeah, I think that was sort of the,
Bring it back and, yeah.
okay, so you'll be coming back with the table issue and fee rate. Great, perfect.
Great.
Okay, item 9, unfinished business, none. Item 10, new business. Item 10A, consideration of in-house operations for San Clemente Municipal Golf Course Pro Shop Services. Do we have a presentation on that, or?
Samantha Wiley is providing the presentation.
Samantha, do you have a report?
I have a very brief report,
Sure, that
and
brief
the
report.
city manager can jump in anytime. So this is an item for council to give staff some direction on where to go. Dave Cook, who's operated our golf pro shop for a number of years, his contract is up at December 31st of 2026. And as we've been doing with all of our long-term contracts, we're taking a very good look at what we do in the next step. In that best interest, we're also looking at all angles to include in-house operations. So this evening, we're looking for direction from the council to pursue the feasibility aspects of in-house operations. What does that look like for the long-term operating of the course? Council also has the option, though, to consider an RFP, which would mean going out to RFP and seeking bids and different proposals from a variety of different operators. That is also an option. I will say that this is very similar to when we opened the Aquatic Center, just for some history for the council. When we went to open the San Clemente Aquatic Center, there was an angle of we want to see how it would operate with in-house operations and what it would look like to contract out. So there was a full RFP prepared. We received proposals, and the council at that time determined it was still in the best interest of the citizens to operate it in-house, which is where we are today. So that same option exists for the council this evening. In some very preliminary numbers, staff believe that it is a good move for the city and the golf course to pursue in-house operations. But staff stand at the will of the council, and we're happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
Yeah,
Victor?
I just think it's a
You're
great
the
opportunity.
representative of the Golf Course Committee, so let's hear from you.
I think it's a great opportunity. I don't think we want to take anything off the table. I think evaluating whether we can do it as a city is probably the best first step. There's still time if we decide that's not the right approach. I think Rick and I were at another private golf course here in town this week, and they used an outside vendor, and they've sort of went back to their old model for whatever reasons. I think it's worth exploring. We're not making a final decision, but I think we need to look at all the options. And the golf course committee, I think, is going to meet this Thursday, and this is one of the items on the agenda. So we have some time to look at this and see whether it's a fit. It's the right time to at least look at that.
When would be the timing on the proposal, Samantha?
So I'd like to bring this item back to council by September at the very latest, because whether we do RFP or go in-house, we need to give us some time.
Any other questions or comments, gentlemen? Do we have any public?
Just
I'm sorry, go ahead,
a
Mike.
quick question. We have models of this that you are looking at already. Where else are we using this, or have you looked at and researched on a similar model?
For golf courses specifically, or just within our own city?
Golf course.
So there are some other courses in the area that have moved to an in-house operation. Most of them are in San Diego County, but we're looking at that, and I'm in communication with those courses as well to understand what their reasons behind transitioning was as well.
The best golf course in San Diego is run by the city.
Yeah.
Mr. Wu, do you have a question?
Torrey Pines.
Not question, I have some comments. This is not a new idea to run a golf course, municipal golf course by the government. The city of San Clemente had this golf course run by city staff until 1990. The reason they changed it to a private contractor is to cut the cost. So in general, I believe that as long as the free market can provide a service, we should rely on the free market to provide it instead of having government to run a business, which I'm always skeptical about it. And I don't believe that in the long run, the government will be the most efficient to run a business. Golf course is a little different from the aquatic center. We have an enterprise fund for it. It's running as if it was a business, so it's almost a separate entity. Although we do recognize this is a municipal golf course, so public purpose needs to be served, and that can be reflected by reserving certain amount of the green time for residents and give residents discount. And that can be achieved by just giving this mandate to whoever going to manage this golf course. So that's what I'm leaning towards. Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions or comments?
I would just like to respond to that. I think I'm also in favor of the free market, but we own the property and we own the golf course, so it's not. If someone wanted to build a golf course here in San Clemente in the free market, they wouldn't be able to do it. So it's not a free market comparison. We actually own the facility and the property. I think there's been significant changes and other issues that I'd like to at least explore and understand better because I mean, you take a look, you would think the free market with the restaurant that we have there, you know, we would have the best restaurant because, and some of the golfers would lay challenge to that, you know, because there's no incentive. So we've got to get all the incentives aligned for whatever approach that we take, and maybe that's separated out, but I think it's worth a look at, and
when we do the in-house proposal, we can always consider an RFP
for that, yeah. And I was again, we went and looked at one of our competitors and had some food there, first class. I mean, if we had that kind of food, I mean, they have people going on weekends and evenings. If we had that kind of service in our facility, people would go there for the food.
And the golfers can get a sandwich anytime they want.
Yeah.
You know,
So
which is nice.
I think we're obviously we need to look at all of it, and this is the right time since the timing of this is coming up in a year.
Yeah, also response to city-owned, Torrey Pines is a city-owned golf course and probably one of the finest in California. So
If
I
not
guess there is a
country.
possibility for the government to do a decent job.
One of the nice things about possibly going in this direction is that any of the proceeds that the municipal golf course can make will go directly back into the golf course. The city doesn't make a profit off of that, and our incentive is not a profit. Our incentive is to make the golf course the best golf course that there is. So there's a big incentive there.
Yeah, no.
Madam Clerk, excuse me, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this item?
We do.
How many?
Let's see. 4.
Okay, let's hear from the public and then
Just
we'll come back to.
just one quick one. I would say one of the things, for example, if you golf, you take a look at the golf balls that are used on the range. They're balls that are found on the golf course. So it doesn't give the golfing experience, the golfer a good experience. You know, so the incentives might be misaligned, but those are all things we look at. Maybe it's something that we tolerate and that's the best that we can do, but we need to look at all of it.
Okay, unless there are other comments, let's hear from the public on this item.
James Kemp, followed by Ed Queskin, followed by Don Brown, followed by Amanda Quintanilla. James Kemp?
Welcome.
Good evening. My name's James Kemp, resident of San Clemente. I think that the golf course is an example of city-owned property that where a concession is contracted out is a reasonable and well-organized operation that we have today. I frequent that facility. I don't see people complaining about the service and quality, et cetera, of our facilities there. And I would ask the council to consider if money generation is the motivation here, where do you stop? You know, where does the council decide saying, let's get into the wedding business and take over the Wedgwood business too, and we'll get the revenue from that too. We might as well run the fisherman's restaurant down there. That's city property, and we can make better food too. So I think it's a decision that the city, there's reasonable things that we should count on our city to own and run. There are private business things, and this sort of thing, the golf course is an example of a well-run private business bid competitively for the benefits of the costs for the city is the best best example for the city to use. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Mr.
Ed
Queskin, I believe.
Queskin, followed by Don Brown, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening again. I am in a rare situation. I'm actually disagreeing with my very favorite staff person, Samantha Wiley, and her staff recommendation, but I'm going to be very quick and very direct here. I'll provide for you, maybe tomorrow I can give you this list just for your own edification. What we have here is a golf course that basically was founded in 1929. It was designed by Billy Bell. It probably plays about 85,000 rounds per year. And frankly, it's a significant recreational amenity in this community. I would postulate it's probably next to the beach. It's probably one of our more treasured items, right? A legacy of Mr. Ole Hansen, and of course, the Bank of America. The general superintendent, I'm a little concerned, and I want you to review this information, and I concur with the councilman in terms of getting as much information about this as you can. The general superintendent, Jordan Gilmore, left about a month ago. I'd be interested in finding out what his motivation was for leaving. He was there for 5 years. He was preceded for a long time by a superintendent by the name of Gus Nelson, who also did a brilliant job. Mr. Gilmore, I guess, informally indicated that the budget, he was being constrained by the budget, which we should review it and see if we're being realistic about the service that we provide to our community through the budget. And we should also look at the end of year 2025 fiscal year to see what kind of revenues, what kind of expenses, and kind of just doing a little of an analysis of that. The big problem with the restaurant, with the wedding venue, is that there's no clubhouse for the golfers. I mean, it is a golf facility, and generally the 19th hole is a very popular spot. I used to go down there and play cribbage with a few of the local yokels, and never won any money, but I did have fun playing cribbage. We need a clubhouse for the golfers, so that's something else that we have to think about, 85,000 rounds. The other thing is that we have stopped, we put everything on a computer, which I find to be not necessarily in service to the community. We don't have start times, 2 per hour, which creates all kinds of problems and difficulties. We don't have intuitive pairings. In other words, the clubhouse people would say, okay, you got 2 Marines, we're going to put them with 2 Marines. We got 2 elderly people, we'll put them with elderly people. You don't take 2 kids and you put them with 2 gamblers. You know what I mean? It's just there's a sort of an intuitive pairing thing we don't do anymore. It's all done by the computer. And we have some issues regarding some start times, which again, we're going to investigate. I'm not going to postulate any of this. I'm just recommending. So my recommendation, quickly in 24 seconds, is to renew the Cook contract. I think he's done a great job. Increase the maintenance budget. Return the courses to the Billy Bell design. Hire a superintendent at a competitive wage and let him handle your item number 11A, which is the supplemental costs for the maintenance, which should be done by him. Return to the 19th hole to substantially a golf supporting facility. Anyway, I'll give you this list, and you can take it and
Thank you.
put it in the round file as appropriate.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Brown.
vision.
Good evening, City Council. Don Brown, resident City of San Clemente. I would like to parrot on some of my predecessor's recent comments. And of course, little Samantha, the whole city cheered when she finally was allowed to jump off the pier as a junior lifeguard. She finally got tall enough that they could give her a ladder to get up there. But I would like to briefly talk about this agendized item. Briefly, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. As I look at the current budget pressures you face and if other issues from current city staff that I'm in contact with, you have 4 big pressures on your budget. Police, fire, the unfunded or prevailing wage requirements, and unfunded retirements. So is this the time to consider going from a contract model to an in-house model in this particular subset of the golf course? And I would suggest that as you go forward, go very slowly, do a complete cost-benefit analysis, bring something back in September. It might be a little rush, but Samantha can do a lot of great things when she's in a hurry. But be very, very careful moving forward. The service has been consistent, it's been outstanding, and has been very customer-oriented. If you need to go forward, looking at some of the staff report on the city share versus contract share and more favorable items that are mentioned in your staff report, that's definitely a discussion item for the next contract renewal that I would certainly consider or put in the job jar. Same with merchandising. Can you be that ambidextrous to the city procurement system to be reprocure golf gloves, grips, or other equipment as fast as the market requires? So, in summary, I want to make it very quickly. Some very good points were made by Ed. Be careful and go forward very slowly. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Amanda Quintanilla.
I think before the city manager was hired, there were concerns regarding city-owned property and the contracts that they had, exclusive contracts. One in particular was 24 carats at Only Handsome Beach Club, and that was a concern. There was also concern regarding the contracts for consultants as well. From previous emails with the city manager a couple of years ago, there was this concern regarding this contract that had been basically, Dave Cook's Pro Shop had been established prior to, with his father, I guess in the 1970s or even before that. So there was concerns regarding that exclusivity there for that contract. And also the Pro Shop was advertised in the city's webpage, which later I found out from the city manager that should not have been allowed. So I think it's good to review any contract that the city has with a city-owned property. And as Mr. Brown mentioned, that to do a very cost-benefit analysis, and I think that's really fair to do. However, I think it's open to look at another provider, what they can bring, or if the city can manage that. I think that's really good to do. So bottom line, I think it's just great to review the contracts and see what's out there and get an estimate on those cost analysis. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers? Okay, gentlemen, do we have a motion? Oh, Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, if I could clarify a couple of comments that were made tonight. I want to make it very clear that the golf course is a standalone entity. It is not part of the city. The city doesn't benefit one way or another from the golf course. It's a separate budget. Any revenues produced at the golf course stay at the golf course. We cannot use city funds to augment the golf course, and we don't take funds from the golf course and put it in the city. So I just want to make it very clear. There's some comments kind of that the city could benefit or not, or be damaged by this. Golf course is standalone, not part of the city. We just own it. but it's an enterprise fund, and it must run like a private business.
Including the restaurant operation.
Correct. Thank you.
I would only add to that, I was going to make that same comment, but I would only add to that. I think going through the exercise, learning what the issues are, we could help, either in a new contract or a renewal of the contract, address those issues through that process. So going through this exercise is vitally important.
Gentlemen, do we have, would you may have a comment?
Yeah,
Mr.
I have
Wu?
one more comment. As I said, this is nothing new under the sun. We've went through it. Now we're going into a circle. The city, so the pro shop has to go through the city's procurement system, and that's part of the bureaucracy that it cannot possibly be more efficient than a private business do. The government employees are more expensive. We all know that. The city is under 50 million of the unpaid pension liability. Having more employees is going to pile on that unpaid pension, on our pension liability for the future. And with all the due respect to our director of Beach Park and Recreation, the city, we're not a professional management of golf course, and there are professional managers in the management company on the market. They can provide the service at a better level, I believe. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a
So
motion?
I would move the item 10A, the staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Motion's made and second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Passes, was that a 5-0?
What is exactly the recommendation? It's not a decision to go in-house or...
Motion was to
No,
approve
no,
this- The motion was to approve staff recommendation that the city council is directing staff to develop and return with a comprehensive proposal for transitioning the San Clemente Municipal Golf Course pro shop operations to an in-house model upon the expiration of the current contract, which expires in December 31 of '26. So there's no, that's the extent of the motion.
Okay, the request for proposal is a part of that?
No, it was
No,
not
no,
part,
it
it
is
was
not
not
part
part
of
of the
it.
motion, although this council is free to do that at any time. So we have a motion that was voted on. Were you a yes or no on that? I'm sorry.
I'm a no. Thank
Okay, that passes 4-1. The next item is item 10B, consideration of joining the Association of California Cities Orange County Division. I don't know if you have Mr. City Manager, did you want to have any comments or?
Well, I'll tell you what, we have people actually here from the ACC-OC that probably could explain their role and what they're trying to accomplish and do what they can to help our community better than I can. So we'll turn some time over to their executive director, and she can provide you with a lot
Okay.
more
thank
clear
you.
information than I
Thank you
can.
for coming here. Let's go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and members of the council and staff as well for your time tonight. I greatly appreciate it. My name is Chris Murray. As Mr. Ward stated, I am the Executive Director of ACC-OC. I'd also like to acknowledge Catherine Morrison, our Director of Member Services, who's here with me tonight as well. I did provide a presentation. If we have that, I'll promise to make it brief. I know you've already had a long meeting and have more business ahead, but want to give you a high-level summary of the programs and services we provide to the cities and our affiliate members. Thank you. So that first slide there, and Catherine and I brought packets for all of you. These materials are in hard copy for you as well to review at a later time. But again, ACC-OC was founded as a nonprofit by cities representing the cities of Orange County in 2011. And one of those cities just happened to be San Clemente, so thank you for that initial support as well. But the purpose was to make sure that Orange County had a strong voice at all levels of government, both regionally, state, and federal levels of government. And we advocate for policies that strengthen our local control, the importance of local control in our own communities, enhance public service, and ensure the well-being of our communities. We are 26 member cities strong at this time, with 55 affiliate members, which make up our large public agencies, universities, utilities, our medical community, major employers, and nonprofits as well. And we have 13 members who represent our board at this time. Next slide. This is just an overview of our Board of Directors, currently chaired by Jamie Federico, councilman from the city of Dana Point. Our representation in the voting membership really covers a broad array of the county-wide communities, and then our ex officio or non-voting members include the TCA, OCTA, our utilities, Cal Optima, and UC Irvine as well. Next slide, please. This just gives you an overview of all of our member cities at this time, and we are working actively with a number to come back to ACC-OC as well. Some have had to drop off during the pandemic or because of budgetary reasons, but we've done the work that we've done to expand programming over the last few years has really resonated, and the strength of the cities coming back has been wonderful. Next slide, please. And these are our affiliate members, and as I mentioned, they really cover our large employers, our utilities, our universities, our medical community, our nonprofits. So again, it's a broad representation of our entire county. Total, we are more than 75 members at this point invested in ACC-OC and our voice. So next slide. This gets into the meat of what we provide to our communities and our city members. One of the programs that we've developed over the last few years is called BOLD, Better Opportunities for Learning and Development. And these provide hands-on tours, webinars, and opportunities for our elected officials as well as our staff members to engage directly with industry experts, learn firsthand about the projects and programs that influence and affect our communities, and then bring that information back and be able to make informed decisions. It's been so successful, we offer it at no additional charge. In fact, 90% of our programming has no additional. We don't nickel and dime our members. It's at no additional charge to all of you as well as to staff. And also just provide that real-time exposure to regional projects and policy issues. One of the big ones we hold after each election cycle is the newly elected council member orientation, which includes the morning is spent with BB&K providing the AB 12, the mandated ethics and sexual harassment training that all elected officials must take. You leave with that certificate and then also provide an overview of the major governance, finance, and public service entities within the county. All speak and come firsthand to meet with our elected officials. And then we hold a number of workshops and webinars throughout the year too. In fact, we have one that's just developed. We're pretty nimble with this program. When issues are emerging that are having an impact, we try to form quickly a discussion for our city officials to get engaged, and one of those will be on cuts to Medicaid and potentially Medicare and some of our services that are affecting our communities at the state and federal level. So we're putting together an overview and a webinar that will be hosted at no cost later this month. Next slide. We are very engaged in policy, and we have 5 major policy committees, and they include Housing and Homelessness, chaired by Valerie Mesqua, the mayor of the city of Santa Ana. Transportation and Infrastructure, chaired by Councilman Patrick Harper from the city of Fountain Valley. Environment, Energy, and Water, chaired by Mayor Alex Renagi from the city of Laguna Beach. Economic Development and Tourism, chaired by Mayor Janice Lim from the city of Yorba Linda. And our healthcare, this is our newest committee, Healthcare, Veterans, and Community Services, chaired by Councilman Howard Hart from the city of San Juan Capistrano, who's also a veteran himself. Next slide. One of the areas where ACC-OC has expanded in the last couple of years is with sober living and recovery home reforms at the state level, which are becoming more and more essential for our communities. A statewide task force has emerged that was originated by our communities here in Orange County. It started with Mission Viejo, Newport, Costa Mesa, a number of our coastal communities. It has now grown into a statewide task force. The heat map and the audit that was done on the number of facilities in residential communities statewide has grown so dramatically. The heat map that was done by the state shows that every community to some degree has been touched by this issue. And what's really unfortunate is the for-profit operators are preying on those with disabilities, whether it's addiction or mental health or other matters. The services in many, many cases are outright abuse, and so we're working to get reforms in place. ACC-OC was asked a year ago to come in and provide the high-level administration
supervision and financial oversight for the task force, and we helped to set up the task force as its own nonprofit entity. It's now a 501c3, and we've just had its first board meeting of that nonprofit board, and there are cities statewide that are engaging in that. So this is one area where Orange County is led, and ACC-OC is very proud to take a leadership role in assisting. Next slide, please. The other is earlier this year, SoCalGas asked ACC-OC to contract with us to be its regional ambassador for their Energy Pathways program to connect cities to the energy programs that are available at no cost or very low cost to cities, provided by state and federal grant funding. It not only helps cities achieve their energy efficiency goals, but then the savings that are achieved in a month-to-month by reducing your overhead can then be reinvested in your communities and your residential resources. So that program is going gangbusters. Audits are provided at no cost, and there are no contractual obligations once you conduct an audit. Next slide, please. Advocacy is one of the areas where we're really united. Orange County, if it were a standalone county, probably in any other part of the country, we would be the dominant county, but because we're sandwiched between two of the largest in the nation, we don't have our own media market. We do struggle to have our voice resonate, and so by working together, we are stronger. We work through our Legislative and Regulatory Committee on a monthly basis. We conduct an annual advocacy trip to Sacramento, and later this year we are doing it, taking everyone to DC. These trips do sell out, so if you're interested in joining us, I hope you will. Please register. Registration is open. And then we are very engaged at the regional regional areas as well, with SCAG, OCOG, AQMD, and other areas that influence policy that affect our communities. Next slide, please. So on the horizon, we're expanding into areas to address our growing senior populations and as well as veterans in Orange County. We're taking a very active role in LA 28 and FIFA and making sure Orange County has a united voice on that, not only to make sure our residents feel engaged in those worldwide opportunities and once-in-a-generation opportunities, but also to make sure we capture the economic value of those. And then we work with cities to help them. All of our cities are struggling to some extent, and we want to make sure they have access to innovative tools and finance options to help support budget sustainability. You can connect with us on all of the basic, common platforms online, as well as our website and member portal at accoc.org. Next slide. These just a quick snapshot of on the horizon some of our programs that are coming up. The QR code, you can register directly with the QR code. We have a tour of the 91 express lanes and some of the upcoming capital improvement projects by OCTA. We're doing a tour at the Bowerman landfill on September 18th, taking officials there and meeting with county staff to talk about some of the investments that are happening there. And then, as I mentioned, our DC trip. And next slide, last slide. Just want to thank you again as a founding member. You mean a great deal to us. We want you back, and we're here as a resource for you.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, do you have questions or comments?
I do. I just wanted to say, even though we're not a member right now, I shouldn't probably say this too loud, they still work closely with us. And I know I participate in a lot of the events and activities because, Jamie Federico or other members, I think it's the representative from the 5th district is Robin Grant from Newport Beach. So, because we all work together in other committees, they still invite us occasionally. But I think it's missing. One of the things that we're missing here in San Clemente is that I'm the Cal City representative, and I think they do a great job on the state legislation. But we're a small voice, and we get outvoted on everything. I mean, they have a different voice. Orange County. This is a voice that we still need. If you look at the leadership, if you look at where it is, it's an Orange County voice, and I think that's a missing piece in our arsenal for legislative reform.
Madam Clerk, do we have public comments on this item?
We do not.
Okay, do I have a motion or any
I'd
additional
like to
comments?
just ask a question.
Go right ahead.
And the legislative component of your organization, do you endorse or oppose local initiatives?
We don't engage, ACC-OC does not engage in campaigns. All the legislation, whether it's regional, which tends to be regulatory, or state and federal legislation, goes through and is vetted through the legislative committee, so it's very collaborative. We don't engage in partisan activities at all. We want to be a safe place for all of our cities and to be a place where they can come together to collaborate on issues that really affect us at the municipal level.
All right, thank you.
Do we have a motion? or-
I would move item 10B, the staff recommendation.
I'll second that. Any discussion on the motion?
I have a question for city manager. When we dropped out of ACC-OC, what was the reason?
We dropped out during the COVID pandemic, and I think it was just to safeguard, we weren't sure of our financial future. I wasn't here at the time, that's what I've been told, so I don't have firsthand knowledge, but that's my understanding.
Okay. And this is in the middle of the budget cycle. If we were to approve this, the additional appropriation is not original budget in our biannual budget.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any
Public-
any additional discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor say aye.
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 Passes unanimously.
Mayor, one point of clarification on that. The first staff recommendation was to direct the city manager to take all necessary actions to submit a membership application. The second part of that staff recommendation is to have the city council appoint the mayor or another member of the city council. Did you want to move forward with
No,
that
I think
action
that
as
it
well?
was included in his motion with staff recommendation 1 and 2. Is that?
Yes. Uh-huh.
And so you're appointing the mayor as
Yeah,
the?
I guess so until
Until
the
we-
council decides
Okay.
otherwise.
Otherwise, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, the next,
Mr. Nablock, can we?
let's take thank you. Let's take a 5-minute break if we could, and we'll be back here at 7:45. Thank you.
Good idea.
Okay. Where is Mr. Leffler? Okay, we're back in session. The next item on our agenda is item 11C, which we placed on the agenda this evening on an emergency basis to 10C, pardon me, thank you very much. 10C, to authorize the Maricopa Marquita Slope interim construction contract. Again, we reviewed this item about 6 weeks ago. We sent it out on an emergency basis, but because of the cost, we wanted to take another look. We did, and we have a resolution prepared which authorizes this action to move forward. Resolution 25-111. Madam City Attorney, did you have a
Yes, thank you,
question or
Mr. Mayor.
comment?
I just wanted to let the public know that the draft resolution 25-113, as well as the complete copy of the contract, is in the back of the room if they'd like to review it.
Right, thank you very much. If anyone needs to take a look at it, it is back there. Gentlemen, any discussion, or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to,
Is there discussion first? Questions?
A very brief comment, and I'm very glad that we're able to save some cost, plus minus 200,000, which is about a 10% shaving of the original cost. But we have to move quickly because we don't want to wait until the winter comes. So with that, I will make a motion.
Okay, I think you want to make a motion? Go right ahead to approve a resolution
I may make a motion.
25.
Mayor, excuse me, I'm sorry, we do have one speaker card.
Oh, let's hear from the public then. How many speaker cards we have?
Just one.
One?
Amanda Quintanilla?
Let's hear from the public.
Okay, great. I think when this came up at a while ago, I'm glad that there was an RFP, and so saving a 10%, $200,000, that's really great. So that's good that was moved forward. When reading the report briefly, and I do say briefly because I had no idea I was going to be on here. In Figure 4, which is option 1, the approximate limits of the landslide to be removed and recompacted that are highlighted in blue seems to encompass a lot of the private property. I'm just kind of wondering what is the percentage of that private property. And then option 2 is crossed out for replacement of the existing wall, and just kind of wondering why that was. But in that soil report, I was looking at it, and there was some groundwater found at the 100-foot deep, and there was heavy water seepage that has been observed at the terrace deposits and bedrock construction. And then it gives a history of the slope failures going back to 1959, to 1995 and 1993 for that property and the adjacent properties. In 1995, there were 6 caissons, 24-inch, were installed for support, which is going to be located by the living room. And then there was other 2 caissons were also placed in. So my concern is that there is some concerns regarding slope failure to the adjoining areas in the rear of 259 Marquita, and then also that slope failure triggered failure for the 261 and 257 Marquita residents. So that is a concern that should be looked into, and then 2015 bluff failure. Just to make note that I hope that these repairs don't cascade into a worst-case scenario of a major slide. So I just really hope that this is going to be done in a very safe and, in a safe manner, and I hope that nothing goes wrong, and especially without any rain during this time frame. But I just reviewed it really briefly, but that came to mind immediately about the possibility of that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Wu, you had a motion?
Yes, I make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of San Clemente, California, awarding a construction contract to Alliance Diversified Enterprises, Inc. for the Makita Slope Interim Reconstruct CIP Project number 21208 in amount of not to exceed $2,149,870, approving a supplemental appropriation in the amount of $500,190, and authorizing the city manager to execute the contract and finding the project categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act under Class 1 of the state CEQA guidelines.
And Mr.
I'll second, yeah.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. The next item is our consent calendar, item 11. Gentlemen, did you have any items you wanted to pull for consideration?
Mayor, I have a very minor revision to the meeting minutes of the June 17th, 25 City Council meeting. On page 8, first line, change the existing the language, which is deemed complete, even if they are completed during the review process. Change it to submitted, provided they are deemed complete during the review process.
Which item that's on page 8? Which item again?
Page, it's on the very top of page 8.
Which item?
Item 5. No.
Maintain, that's in the middle of the page toward the bottom. Maintain,
Yeah,
is that to maintain the status quo of the processing applications? Is that the
No, it's
paragraph?
City clerk, can you help me on that?
Yes. So at the top of the very top of page 8, under Councilmember Wu's motion,
Which item are we talking about?
the meeting minutes of June 17th.
Sorry, in
Page-
your books, that is item 11A.
11A, yes. And
What is
it's
page 7 of 26 or page 8 of 26?
page 8 of 26. So Councilmember Wu is referring to the very top of page 8.
So what is the issue again?
Just to change the language, we were talking about what should take precedence, whether the city is going to approve those applications based on the date of submittal or the date of the staff determination that submitted application are complete. At the time, my recommendation, I'm talking about history, my motion, which died, but my motion was, let's change that, or let's make such applications are submitted, provided they are deemed complete during the review process. In other words, at the time, I recommend that we use the date of application.
So you want to take out, you want to eliminate the words deemed complete even if, and include submitted, provided they are, and then eliminate the words completed and say deemed complete.
Absolutely, that's
Okay,
correct.
is that your motion to amend the minutes?
Yes.
I'll second that modification.
This is the motion that
failed.
that died. Okay, that's fine.
There's motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Wu. Any other items on the consent calendar that anyone would like to pull? If not, do we have any public comments, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay, could I entertain a motion?
Move the item.
Mr. Leffler has
Second.
moved the item. I think Mr. Cabral was first on the draw there to second that. So motion is made and seconded. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Passes 5-0. Our next item is oral communications. This is part 2. And I understand we have a number of speakers. I hope they still stuck around.
Yes, we do. I will call the first several speakers. Gary Hedrick, is Gary still here? Don't see him.
I don't see
Gary
Rick. He was
Hedrick.
here earlier.
Followed by Reva Buck, followed by Larry Culbertson, followed by Amanda Quintanilla.
Good evening. I'm here to update the council on Broadmoor's continued failure to enforce the 17-foot height limit on Delicata. This restriction was imposed by the city as a binding condition of approval, secured in direct exchange for concessions made by Felicidad. The city was not a bystander. It actively participated in securing these concessions, including land relinquishment, slope regrading, and support for deleting a sidewalk requirement. These were critical, city-endorsed concessions that enabled Broadmoor's development to move forward. The city also required this restriction to be recorded in Broadmoor's supplemental CC&Rs specific to Delicata. Section 3 clearly prohibits any tree or structure above 17 feet, effectively banning second-story homes. Section 3 does not allow for selective enforcement. The restriction applies uniformly and must be enforced consistently. On November 19th, the council voted unanimously that Delicata must comply. Yet 4 months later, on March 18th, Broadmoor was granted another 6-month extension despite 0 abatements, 2 unverified compliance letters, and a vague promise of goodwill, conveniently with no terms, timelines, or enforcement triggers. The council also directed Broadmoor to abate violations on their face in an expedited manner and without Broadmoor's subjective assessment. That directive was also ignored, like every directive before it, including the city's original demand for compliance issued 14 months ago. To date, only 6 of 42 egregious violations have been abated. By now, it should be clear to everyone that Broadmoor has no intention of enforcing compliance on Delicata. Every violation could have been abated long ago. Their ongoing delay forces the burden entirely onto the city. Suggesting that Felicidad compromise, find middle ground, or fund compliance completely disregards the land and rights Felicidad has already given up. Felicidad upheld its agreement fully and in good faith with both Broadmoor and the city. On September 16th, we respectfully urge the city to take immediate direct action to remove every remaining violation on Delicata. Anything less signals that compliance with conditions of approval is optional and undermines public trust in the integrity of city regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Larry Culbertson? Don't see Larry.
I don't see Larry here. Next speaker after Larry.
Amanda Quintanilla, followed by Paul Buck.
I didn't hear that, sorry. I hope it was a good joke. So, yes, Larry Culbertson left, but I was also requesting a public hearing for the proposed changes for the Miramar Theater that are being requested by the tenant and not the owner. And some of the concerns as that take away the historic architectural design of the Miramar Theater. So I think that having a public hearing at the Planning Commission, I think, is wise to do. I also wanted to discuss a San Clemente Times article regarding a guest opinion that made allegations about the OCTA. The author discussed OCTA's Coastal Rail Resiliency Study that actually began in 2023, not 3 years ago. And it's the same time that our City of San Clemente's nature-based adaptation feasibility project study also started. That was a tongue twister. And so, but one of the main things to note is that the OCTA's Coastal Rail Resiliency Study will be completed by fall of 2026. It also conflates the emergency projects, commingles that with the Coastal Rail Resiliency Study. One of the important things to note is that in May, our city manager spoke at the California Coast Commission, and what he stated was, "I support the recommendation of the staff and hope that the commission will adopt the recommendation. This is the type of comprehensive project that the Coastal Commission seeks. The OCTA conducted active listening sessions with the public, held numerous meetings with city staff, sought input from public utility providers, and ensured that the use of rail line for passengers and freight would not be interrupted. The result is an is an effective yet balanced approach that addresses the concerns with the minimum amount of environmental impact. I would like to commend OCTA on their approach to slope stabilization and public trail access in this location. It is an example of good government that should be recognized by the members of the Coastal Commission. Finally, in a larger context of the work happening in San Clemente, the community is appreciative of the efforts of OCTA and the Coastal to acknowledge how important this work is to the residents of San Clemente. Not since the original construction of the rail lines in the late 1880s has the project had so much impact on the coastline of San Clemente. While passionate expressions have been offered by residents, staff, and elected officials from San Clemente, we are fortunate that Coastal Commission and OCTA have had the best interest of the community in mind. Once again, I support the proposal of OCTA and recommend approval of staff recommendation. So I'm glad the city was supportive of that. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, was that the last speaker?
No, Paul Buck, followed by Mike Kay, followed by George Gregory.
Good evening, gentlemen. I believe some of you have done a deep dive on the 50-year history of the dispute between Felicidad and Calle de la Carta. I, along with the neighbors on Calle Felicidad, am deeply disappointed that there has been no progress, and I'm sure many of you feel the same way. Despite the city issuing a demand letter over a year ago, Broadmoor HOA has taken virtually no action to address the clear violations of their own CC&Rs. Broadmoor's supplemental CC&Rs explicitly imposes a 17-foot height limit on all structures, trees, bushes, and shrubs, yet the Broadmoor HOA is attempting to circumvent the objective standard by introducing subjective view impact processes. This is unacceptable. In addition, some De La Carta residents try to deflect from their own violations by alleging that the Felicidad slopes are not properly maintained. However, Section 4 of the CC&Rs assigns maintenance responsibility to the HOA for the parkway, and it's an 8-foot wide parkway, along the uphill slope from De La Carta, a responsibility that they have clearly neglected. In fact, a lot of these sprinkler systems have been capped. The Broadmoor HOA strategy appears to be one of inaction or maybe threat of litigation, hoping to simply outlast the City Council's attention on this matter. Therefore, it falls upon the City Council as the only entity with the legal standing to enforce the conditions of approval that were embedded in the CC&Rs as part of the development's approval process. Under Articles 8, 10, and 12 of the CC&Rs, the City has the clear authority to eliminate these violations directly. Please use the power invested in you. We respectfully urge the Council to enforce the height restrictions on Calle de la Carta and take decisive action. Thank you for your consideration. Bye.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker?
Mike Kay, I believe.
Mike Kay, I don't see him in the audience.
There's George Gregory, I believe he's gone also. Cal Kualti? Kualti?
And thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Council. My name is Cal Quatley, and I live at 207 Calle Felicidad. And I moved here about 2 years ago from San Clemente, or from Laguna Niguel, where I lived for 30 years. Love the neighborhood. It's great, but it's kind of interesting. We moved into a little bit of a kerfuffle here. And it's been kind of interesting to go down the rabbit hole and really try to understand what's going on. I think the Bucks did a great job of explaining it, but the story is very, very simple, okay? The Broadmoor community could not be completed, and De La Carta could not be built out when it was designed. They asked us for a concession. They asked the homeowners on Felicidad for a concession at that point. We all conceded land, and in turn, we never got paid for it. We didn't ask for money, our predecessors, I should say. What we asked for was consideration. We asked for a promise a covenant, if you will, okay? And that covenant was so simple. Just keep the trees below that 17-foot mark. Very, very simple, okay? So I'm going to implore you to just watch out for a few things, all right? If you hear the word view, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about tree height here. Do not be distracted. You're going to see pictures of stuff growing up on our hills. That's not what this is about. This is about their tree height. Keep it simple. You're going to hear about a view precedent being a slippery slope. Again, not about the view, it's about the tree height. You're going to hear, well, the city isn't cutting the trees down in Verde Park. Again, that's not what this conversation is about. Let's keep it in the box. We're talking about this relationship between our founders on Felicidad, the builders of Broadmoor, and then your predecessors on the city council. Your predecessors codified all of this back in the 70s. They said, we recognize that this is a promise, a covenant into perpetuity. It's very, very simple in my mind. So I urge you to please don't allow this to be delayed, and please don't allow it to be distracted. You're going to see a lot of stuff, and most of it is a distraction. It's all about this original conversation and agreement and promise and covenant that was set back in the 70s. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any additional speakers?
That was it.
Okay.
I have a question for our city attorney.
Go right ahead, sir.
Is there anything public that we can say about this issue at this time?
It's not.
There's a continued public hearing. It's been scheduled for mid-September,
Okay.
and it will be heard by the city council at that time.
All right. I think that's.
So it's not agendized, so we can't, it's not appropriate to get into the details of the,
That's correct.
Okay.
This is just public comment.
I have a big binder on that
Yeah.
with all the letters, so we are on top of it.
yeah, the Brown Act prevents us from discussing what's taken place in closed meetings.
More to come in September.
More to come, more to come. I guess the next item on the agenda is future agenda items. I just have one. I want to follow up on the discussion we had earlier today. We had a number of speakers regarding the U.S. Surfing group and their desire to be more proactive in the Olympics. And I'd like to ask the council if we could agendize at our next meeting a resolution urging our state, county, federal legislators to communicate with the Olympics Committee and the President Trump's task force, which he just created regarding the Olympics, to urge them to identify U.S. surfing. So
Then I'll give
we
you a
have a motion,
third if you
second.
need staff to write something up.
Okay, we have a first by Victor, myself, and Rick. So that's going to be agendized. Any other items?
Mayor, I want to make a very minor modification. It's USA Surfing was identified as the governing body.
Not, they, in the past, they've been the governing body, but not
They
now.
Past, they're not
So this
certified.
is just a recertification.
This is for the Olympics in 2028.
Yeah.
Specifically, not the past ones. They were, you're right, they were the governing body before, but not now.
For future agenda, I have one item I'd like the city council to agendize.
What's that?
A discussion of citizen initiatives, including posting on city website for public view, and possibly adopt a $200 refundable fee per state law.
Could you explain
Yeah,
a little bit? What,
yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm following.
Well, there has,
Discussion regarding
regarding the city initiatives.
a specific city initiative?
No,
Any city initiative.
trying to establish a policy that is applicable to any citizen initiatives, not
Okay.
for a particular one, although there was one going on
Do you
recently.
have a specific policy in mind, or did you want the city staff to generate one, or what?
Well, my goal is that every time the city received a citizen initiative, the city clerk would have posted on the city website and we have a section called about campaigning, right? So we put some, once we receive it, we'll put it out so public is aware that a petition for citizen initiative has been submitted to the city. And also, I'd like the city to establish a fee to, the fee, according to the state law, the fee has to be up to $200 and refundable if the petition goes through. But of course, if it doesn't go through, they forfeit the fee.
I'm just a little confused, though. Maybe the city clerk. So when a citizens initiative, and I assume you're talking about a recent one, you don't have to be specific, but
The recent one has been submitted and withdrew 3 times. So every time the city clerk's office has to process it, and our city attorney has to write some report. Not every time. I believe the city attorney wrote the report once and was in the middle of writing a report the second time before it was withdrawn. So what I like to do is to have the city to have a policy so that if someone decides to submit it and then withdraw, if someone is not serious about their petition, they just forfeit the $200 for any serious petition. The money will be refunded.
I would oppose it only because I think that we want to encourage our citizens, if they have an issue, to bring it. We don't want to create a policy I don't believe we do, where, and maybe I'm getting beyond, I don't even understand what's being said.
I think right now it's just, do we want to have this discussion?
I just want to have a discussion.
Yeah, I'm not inclined to second it.
Okay, is your motion, is the motion clear to everybody who wants to generate a policy for citizens initiative?
There's no
processing,
second.
which includes a fee?
Is there any second?
There's no second.
Okay.
So it dies.
I'm going to second it for purposes of discussion. I think I don't know that it hinders the community from being involved or from doing initiatives, but if we don't have a current policy, it's not a bad idea to discuss whether we even need one. We may not, but for purposes of simple discussion, I can second that.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, no third for a staff report, so we'll just have a discussion when the time comes, so. Any additional items? Mr. Enmeyer, did you have?
Yeah, I have 2. One, there's a property at North Beach that the city owns that has been vacant for a long time. I think we've done a couple things with it here and there.
Is that where the market,
Yeah,
market
mhm.
is placed?
Yeah, and it's right next to the, was it the Beachcomber Hut?
Beachcomber, yeah. Got it.
So, and I would just like to have a discussion with the council of what to do with that property. We've got several things coming up. We got the Miramar opening. We also have the Olympics coming up. And there's been past recommendations, past plans that none of us were on council when those past plans were created. It might be good to look at this and then give staff direction of what could be done with that property.
Do you want staff to come back with some recommendations?
I
or
would
just
love-
wanna have a brainstorming
I would
session
love
with
to
the,
have staff have a report of the history of what has been proposed in the past, why it is what it is. There's been several different plans, and it'd be good for all of us to know what that history is, to inform our decision of what we would like the staff to do going forward on this property.
I'll second that with, there's a North Beach resident coalition that's also putting together a list of possibilities that, that
Yeah.
they might want to see there. So I think that would adjoin with this.
I think we just need to have the discussion of
And you're going to give a
I'll
third
give
for
it the
staff
third
report?
for a
Okay,
staff
we have a
report.
motion by Mr. Enmeyer, seconded by Mr. Loeffler, and a third for Victor for a staff report on the future of that lot. Good suggestion. Look forward to that.
And then my other one is, I would like to also have the discussion about what to do with the South County Beach Coalition. I appreciate you going and hearing about it. I'd like to have a full discussion with the rest of the council on it of whether to join or not.
I mean, who, okay. So Could you just tell me what that is, basically?
So the South County Beach Coalition, this was what Steve went to meet with Katrina Foley on whether to join with the South County's initiative on sand replenishment. And just to have the discussion of what do we want to do as a city? Do we want to join this? Do we not want to join this? I think it warrants a discussion.
Okay, without being in support or not support of it, I would like to hear more about it, so I'll second that.
Okay, it's been agendized. All right, it's been agendized. Anything else? Any additional items?
This probably isn't, because it's been agendized before, but circling back, because I've been waiting for, and I think a couple of us have been waiting for a return from Beaches and Parks Commission on the feasibility of a pilot program for a dog beach. And again, whether I support it or not, I'm not sure, because they were supposed to come back with a pilot program. I think we directed them to do that, and they just let it die. So I think there might have been a communication issue where we weren't asking them if they thought we should have one. The council is asking to come back with a proposed pilot program.
A status report?
I'd like a status report on where that is, and if they've let it die, they need to reopen it with that direction from council.
I'll second that for a status report.
I'll third.
And third for staff report, okay.
Okay, and the one last thing, and this is just asking the city manager, there was an issue brought up about the art or whatever, historic elements of the Miramar Theater that got approved, I guess, at the design and review, and with, I guess, out much public input, and you were going to look into that to see if there was a remedy for that?
So, yeah, the decision of the design committee can be appealed to the planning commission. So if someone wanted to do that, they could appeal that decision and it would be heard by the planning commission.
And that's a resident can do it? And maybe that's what Larry Culbertson was here for.
Yeah, anybody can submit an appeal to that. Now, there's a time period, I believe it's 10 days from the time they acted, so it's probably coming up soon, so there's an appeal period, though.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Any other items to be agendized? Madam City Attorney, do you have your report, item 14A?
Nothing to report, except it's a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. City Manager?
Gosh, I always have to give this stuff with an upset stomach after hearing that.
I like your shirt, by the way, that looks very...
Yeah, you know, kept me
Very
awake.
aloha.
Every time I'm looking at my monitor now, it's keeping me...
Did Don Ho have a garage sale?
I'm not even going to try. Okay, we have a few contracts. It's been a little while since we met, but Civic Stone Incorporated for providing CDBG Housing Rehabilitation Program Administration, the amount of $10,000. United Building and Development Services providing for installation of existing and new bird netting down at the pier in the amount of $13,989. Galvin Preservation Associates for providing professional historic preservation in the amount of $10,000. Perry Johnson Laboratory Accreditation Incorporated for providing laboratory accreditation in the amount of $5,200. BFK Engineers for providing for catch drain and storm drain improvements in the amount of $50,296. Aspen Environmental Group for providing planning and environmental consulting services in the amount of $58,534. The Friendship Shelter Incorporated Memorandum of Understanding for housing support services in the amount of $54,000. Rachel Hall for providing recruitment consulting services for the Human Resources Manager in the amount of $24,000. Black, O'Dowd and Associates, DBA, BOA Architecture, doing business as BOA Architecture for providing for San Luis Rey in San Clemente. San Luis Rey Park restroom rehabilitation in the amount of $50,300. Toll Engineering Incorporated for providing Reservoir 10 easement survey services in the amount of $33,600. It was a lot, but it's been a while since we met, so. Other than that, it's such a pleasure to serve the city of San Clemente.
Thank you, gentlemen. Entertain a motion to adjourn. Does anyone want to make one?
I'll make the motion to adjourn for the next regular city council meeting. It's scheduled to take place on August 19th, 2025 Closed session will begin at 4:30 PM, and the regular business meeting will begin at 5:30 PM. The meeting will take place in the council chambers located on 910 Calle Negocio, second floor, San Clemente.
I'll second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
This meeting is adjourned.
I guess, under 3 hours.